Bot Rix has successfully joined the channel.
So I did win reliever of the year. Cool. So I got back to back All Star appearance and then back to back reliever of the year. So let's try to get 3 times in the World Series. I don't get how I don't have no courts.
PSN. Socials. Twitter @wasasosa, TikTok @wasadagrati, YouTube wasadagrati. @wasa on PlayStation. The PSN is YT wasadagrati. Member. Star. Join the WZA community with member starting star at $2.99 a month. https://www.youtube.com/channel/cvobph19EL/UCVOBPH19EIRHMHGYE2G/JOIN. Tofowers. WhatsApp.
What up, Corey?
For the Yankees, number 11, Tanaka.
Back now as it'll be a pinch hitter to lead off, Garrett Mitchell.
Well, last chance for him here, hoping he can be a catalyst for some type of ninth inning comeback.
There's a swing and a drive. That one's carrying. And that's going to bang against the wall. And the ninth inning starts with a double.
A lot of times in today's game, right fielders are able to get to a ball that stays in like that, but he hit that one pretty well. And if he hits it just a little bit different on the barrel, it's out of here easily. But there's nothing wrong with the extra bases right there. Really important at bat coming up now.
The 1-0.
Wow, just a beautiful backdoor slider right there. If you've got any chance of hitting that pitch, you have to wait until the absolutely last millisecond. Just a tough pitch to hit, and not an easy one to throw either.
Comes up empty. That's strike two.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days, you would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just pumping gas out of the bullpen. So hard to play catch-up.
Man at second. Gets a piece there. We'll do it again.
Why they keep changing my number? I was 0, now they changed it to 11.
2-2. Got it. And a strikeout for the first out here in the ninth.
Oh, man, just locked him up with that slider, even though it caught a lot of the zone. And I think that tells you all you need to know about what he was looking for in the box, and it clearly was not that pitch.
Adele in the box now. Takes strike one. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. Ground ball, and that's through the infield. Coming home. Here comes the throw. Safe. And the runner from second scores on the play. It's 4-2. One down. Now the third baseman, Brett Beatty, 1 for 3. Ripped to third and caught.
They couldn't have asked for a better out. Makes a great play on the line drive, and they keep the runner at first. Just like that, they're almost out of the inning.
So it's their last chance in this one. Jay Allen up now for the Mets. Swing and a high fly ball pulled foul, and that's out of play. Tying run at the plate. They're down to their final strike.
That front door slider is such a devastating pitch. You don't want to get beat by the inside fastball, so you cheat a little bit, and then by the time it gets...
This one in the air, center field. Jones under it, and that is the ball game.
Number 11, Tanaka.
Back in the Bronx, we go to the ninth. Kyle Manzardo digs in for the Guardians.
Manzardo.
Fastball for a strike. This one driven deep, way back there, and it's gone. We are tied.
That swing completely changes the momentum of this game, Boog.
Now here's Trent Grisham. Tanaka back at it after the leadoff solo shot.
Yeah, he's got to bounce back. That's the challenge, Boog. You don't want one mistake to turn into a crooked number.
Caballero in plenty of time to first. Now one gone in the ninth. Here's Jose Ramirez. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, and he's grounded out. Now he breaks his bat. He puts it in his pocket, safe at first without a play. Here's the left fielder, Travis Bazzana. 1 for 4 with a double. Swing and a high fly ball out towards right center field. Brings it in.
Nothing instills more confidence in a team than a center fielder who makes a great play like that on the run. They can feed off the energy he brings just from his playmaking abilities.
Shaw, the next to hit, takes ball 1.
If you're a base runner, you got to stay dialed in here. Look for anything in the dirt. Try your best to get in the scoring position.
And a swing and a miss.
Didn't recognize off speed. Thought it was fastball. A little bit out in front.
Good morning, my friend. Happy Thursday. Blessings.
Yo, Patricia, appreciate you. Same to you.
Just got to stay focused on the pitch. The runner will be in motion, so something in the gap should definitely score it.
Foul ball, and it remains a full count.
How are you, my friend?
Gets a piece there. We'll
I'm good. How you doing?
And a foul ball, he stays alive. 2 gone. The possible go-ahead run at first. Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball. Foul. We'll see another payoff pitch.
Great chill my day off studying for computer science online.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
In the air, right side. Doyle moving under it. And that's the 3rd out. So a 9th inning comeback here, and this game has been flipped on its head. All tied up at 3 apiece. Back for more from the Bronx. On to extra innings. Ha-Sung Kim digs in for the Guardians.
As a pitcher, you know the runner on second is ready to push things with his speed. A base hit's probably going to be a big run, so you really have to execute on the mound.
Swing and a ball lifted left field. Bellinger on his way over. He's got it. Runner tags at second. And he's in safely at third with 1 out. Go ahead run on base. Sal Frelick Now at the plate. On the ground, out to short. Fires across the diamond. 2 in a row set down to start the 10th.
It's such a great feeling when a team can rely on their shortstop to make a play like that. It builds up confidence for everyone on his team. It might even inspire a few more web gems before the game is over.
Yelich in the box now. Takes strike 1. On the ground to third. Young tossed the first, and that will end the inning. Guardians lead 1, so no change in the score. It's 3-3. Back at Yankee Stadium, 11th inning set to get underway. Bo Naylor digs in for the Guardians. High fly ball out to left field. Bellinger on the move, and there's one down.
He was all over that first pitch fastball, just barely missed it. Man, this guy was ready to hit.
Manzardo at the plate now, and that's strike 1.
Just missed. If he's able to connect on that, look out.
Man at second. Tap foul at the plate.
So now it's all about protect mode. Try to shorten up, try to track the ball, block it if you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way, somehow climb back into this at bat through the count. Well, if he's going to do something special right here, it's going to have to happen with 2 strikes.
And that one is downstairs. 1-2 to count. Fouls it back with 2 strikes. That's foul off to the right side. Keeps the AB going. Just off the outside edge. And the count is even 2-2. And a challenge from the mound in a big spot. And it did miss the zone. The call stands. So they've only got 1 challenge left now. Here's a 2-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. He battled for a long time, but it finishes with a strikeout. You can't be mad at yourself after an at-bat like that one. And here comes the Yankees manager to the mound. Pitching change. Phil Maton takes over on the mound. The offense will need to be ready for the breaking stuff. He's got a great curveball. A 5-3 final score in this one. For Chris
Good, I can give a blown save or loss. Good. And we swept the Guardians. I gotta do better though,
Thanks
man.
for joining us. Just about to get started. Christian Moore getting ready to hit.
Number 4, Christian Moore.
Swing and a ground ball. Tanaka tosses to first. One out in the top of the first.
Batting second, the first baseman, Nolan Shanuel.
So 2 down. Now it's the shortstop, Shu Tanaka. Ball 1. The lefty, the 1-0. This one in the air, center field. And that'll do it. We head to the second from the big ballpark in the Bronx. So 2 outs with runners on the corners. Zach Neto, the next to hit. Runners on first and third, 2 away here in the second game of the series. Hard hit left side. And that is that. Angels strand a couple. They're up 2-0.
The batter, number 11, shortstop, Shu Tanaka.
This one in the air, center field. Myers settles underneath it, takes it in for the out.
The batter, number 11, shortstop, Shu Tanaka.
Lined into right. And that is the third out of the inning. 1 down. Yankiel Fernandez, the next to hit for the Angels. Hit on the ground to short. Tanaka. On to first. And there's 2 down.
Well, he's doing a nice job of keeping the ball out of the air, lets the defense work behind him with another ground ball. Good execution.
Tanaka at the plate now, and that's strike one. Man at second. Hit hard on the ground to short. Whips it to first. One gone to the bottom of the eighth. Tanaka had a game to forget.
Definitely didn't do much of anything for him in this one. I think he knows he's capable of more. They got the W, but he wasn't the reason why.
Now for the game, number 11, Tanaka.
Cody Bellinger, he's out in the left field getting loose there as he enters the game on defense now. Here's the shortstop at the plate, Zach Neto. 0 for 3 in this one. Swinging a foul out of play.
The healthy cut, tough pitch at 98, but a really good pass at the ball.
Nice grab. Throw to first, and they get the out. Big play there to get the leadoff man. Now here is Yainer Diaz. 1 for 3.
Oh, up there.
All tied up here at the top of the ninth. In the air, right field. Judge drifts towards it. 2 down. Next is the designated hitter, Kyron Paris.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days. You would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just pumping gas out of the bullpen. So hard to play catch-up.
Two down, nobody on. That misses. Going to count 1 and 2.
Good spot there, but didn't get the strike at the knees and doesn't seem too convinced by the call out there in the mound as he tries to get a better sense.
And it's a 3-up, 3-down inning. It's the 9th, and we are tied. On to extra innings. So in now for the Angels, Jake Myers.
That was absolute gas. Triple digits on the gun. It's just a different experience as a hitter watching that go by.
Myers wants another look at the called strike. It's a challenge. And that one did miss. And the strike is overturned. So they've still got both their challenges. Way out front for strike two. Gets a piece and stays alive. Man at second. Spoils the two-strike pitch, and he'll see another. This one popped up right side. Rice settles underneath it, and there's one away. Now the third baseman, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Yeah, that's fouled off. The Angels with the go-ahead run standing at second here in the top half of the 10th. Next offer in there for a strike. No balls, 2 strikes. And it's fouled off. They'll do it again. The 0-2. Fouls it back with 2 strikes. 0-2 now. Stays alive. Got him looking. That's a strikeout. He'll challenge. Thought that was a ball.
Nice work there to get the strikeout, and that's a big second out. I'll tell you, this home crowd will be fired up. Go ahead, run stranded in scoring position. This is a big moment in this game.
Lugo up to bat next. Lays off for a ball. And fouled off. 2 down. Go ahead run in scoring position. Liner snagged at first. Angels lead 1. Still tied 1-1. 11th inning set to get underway. So in now for the Angels, Joshua Baez.
That's a ball.
Well, we call that keyholing. Even though it's right there and looks pretty good, if he doesn't love it, he's not going to swing that early in the count.
Swings through that one for strike 2.
That's a ball.
Gets a piece there. We'll do it again. Man at second. Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again. Fights it off. He'll see another. The 2-2. And a foul ball. He stays alive. 2-2 on the way. To the right side. Clement over to first. That was a productive play as the go-ahead run moves up to third. Go-ahead run on base. Christian Moore, the next to hit for the Angels. That one in triple digits.
Definitely a strikeout situation right here. Lots of ways for that go-ahead run to score if the ball's put in play.
Next pitch misses. Ball 1.
In the infield at the corners, don't be surprised to see them come home first and prevent that run from scoring.
Strike 2. The Halos with the go-ahead run at third, and we're here at the top half of the 11th. got him swinging for the kill. Huge strikeout there.
Oh, that's a huge strikeout right there. Big second out. Infield was in. They were playing the full court press, and he got the swing and miss. Keeps this one tied. This next at bat should be a lot of fun. The odds of wiggling out of this just went up considerably.
And here comes the Yankees manager to the mound. Pitching change coming. Tanaka done for the afternoon, and he leaves a runner at third. So we'll see how the next pitcher deals with that when we get back. They hand the ball over to a new arm, Joan Duran. This is his third time out this year.
No, Boog, I don't want to be unkind, so I'll just say he could have done a lot better in this one. He's got to clean up his performance going forward, or they'll have more frustrating losses like this one.
Go this losing shit. I think next year I ain't gonna
Back
pitch.
at
It's been
Comerica
my
Park,
last year
new inning
pitching.
getting
Might take a
started.
year off of
Shu
pitching next year.
Tanaka stepping in now for the Yankees. This one in the air, center field. And there's one away. Man at first, one away. Worm burner into the outfield for a knock. Makes the turn at second, heads for third. The throw in there safely.
When you go 0 for 5, 0 for 7, 0 for 8, it seems like an eternity, especially to start the season, because that's the one thing. Players want to get that first one out of the way so that they feel like, all right, I'm going to avoid this prolonged 0 for to start the season and get into a slump.
2 on, 1 out. Runner on the go. Swing and a high fly ball to left. He's got it. Runner tagging from third. To the plate. Save. On the board first, it's 1-0.
What a time to miss the cutoff, Boog. If he puts that throw on the money, they've got a chance to get that runner at home. Instead, a critical run scores. That could swing this game.
Runner takes off in the dirt. And there's no throw. He's in there at second with a stolen base. Man at second. Base hit, center field.
You're scoring.
Coming home. He'll score easily. It's an RBI single, and they lead by 2.
That was a great job of letting that runner steal second base, get into scoring position, come through with the base knock. You add a run.
And now here is Gage Workman.
The first baseman, Gage Workman.
2 down, nobody on. Swing and a ground ball. Sends it to first, and he has thrown 4 shutout innings.
The batter, number 11.
Tanaka, in his 3rd season, a career batting average over 350, and he's a native of South Korea. Foul ball there. Swing and a miss. 0-2. High fly ball lifted in the air, right field. And there are 2 down. Runner on at first with 1 gone. Shu Tanaka stepping in now for the Yankees. Grounder might be 2. The flip, there's 1, and it's a double play to end the inning. 1 hit in the inning. Back here in Detroit, bottom of the 8th. Colt Keith up now for the Tigers. Hit hard on the ground is short. Over to first, and a key out leading off the bottom of the 8th.
That play won't be trending on social media.
Tanaka played pretty well in this win.
Didn't light the world on fire, but he held up his end today. I'm sure he'd like to have a better game, but a win is a win.
Number 11, Shu Tanaka.
Back at Comerica Park. Bottom 9, and they've got a chance at a walk-off in this tie game. Colt Keith getting ready to hit. Line to second, snagged on the bounce. Throws to first in time. A great play deep in the hole. Parker Meadows, the next to hit. Popped up. Clement settles under it. 2 away. So up next, Jacob Berry, 1 for 3.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days, you would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just pumping gas out of the bullpen. So hard to play catch-up.
Just a slow ground ball this time. Clement handles, throws to first. That's the 3rd out, and we're headed to extras. Tigers are shut down there. Still all square at 4 apiece. Back here in Detroit. On to the bottom of the 10th. Gage Workman up now for the Tigers.
Cold night like tonight, last thing you want to do as a hitter is get jammed or even off the end. Trying to find that sweet spot on the bat. Tell you what, you're going to be trying to catch things out front, so off-speed pitches may be a good complement to that fastball.
And a count 1-2. Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball. Tying run at the plate. On the ground to the left. And it goes just foul. Gets a piece there. We'll do it again.
Also really good at bat. What I like about this guy, his bat stays in the zone for a long time. Gives him the ability to foul off tough pitches.
Swings and misses. Struck him out.
Up next for the Tigers, the left fielder, number 22, J.J. Lopez.
So now with 1 away and a man at second. This is J.J. Bleday. 0 for 3 in this one. Close one. Doesn't get the call. And that's ball 1. Pitcher thought that was a strike. He's going to challenge. It just shaved the zone. Still 2 challenges left for them. The tying run at the plate. And that's in there for a strike with slider that finds the mark. Fouls it back with 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2. Battling here as he fouls it away. The Tigers with the tying run at the plate, and the home team trying to pull it out. Sets him down looking. Just 1 out remaining for the Tigers. Bleday thought that one missed, and here comes a challenge. So the call will stand. 1 challenge remaining for them now. So they're down to their final out. Next is the Tigers DH, Jahmai Jones. He's already homered here in this one.
Oh, the 0-0 count. Not every strike is a good strike for a hitter. I like the plate discipline there.
That one backed up the middle, and it gets through. Here comes the runner. Now he launches a throw over his head. And in comes the runner from second to score. A big mistake there. Dylan Dingler up now for the Tigers. Tanaka ready to go again after the error.
Yeah, tough break, but needs a quick out right here. The good ones, they've got short memories, babe.
Fought off foul.
Well, comfortable or not, these are the situations closers they seem to live for. When you get into some hot water, a jam, tough spot, whatever you want to call it, but this is where they earn their keep.
And the slider just misses. And a challenge from the mound in a big spot. And it did miss the zone. The call stands. So they've only got one challenge left now. They're down to their final strike. Tying run at second base here in extra innings. And that one misses up and in. And that's ball 2.
That's a really good take.
Swing and a miss. That's a strikeout. And that ends the ball game. The tying run left stranded at second.
Well, this guy came out of the bullpen and went right to work, Boo. You could see the focus and concentration while he was pitching. He did his part to help them get the W.
number 11, Shu Tanaka.
America Park.
Leading up.
Last chance for the home team.
Third base.
Colt Keith digs in now. Swing and a foul out of play. Tanaka looking for his first save of the year. And he was selected to the All-Star game last year. Slashed foul down the right side. That'll hook off into the seats. The 0-2.
Didn't get the result he wanted, but that's a nice pitch right there.
Ripped to first, caught.
That swing right there tells me he's seeing the ball pretty well. I know it didn't produce a hit, but he made solid contact, and that's all you're looking to do anytime you're at the plate.
Next to hit, Parker Meadows.
Well, in this one, the offense has sputtered. Somebody's got to find a way to get on, keep the line moving, and manufacture at least one run. Then maybe you get 2 or 3.
0-1 now. And that drops in for a strike.
0-2 count, both pitches on the inside part of the plate. Hitter is thinking, I don't want to get beat here. This is a good time for something off speed away.
Foul ball left side. He'll see another.
No, that's a ball.
Struck him out swinging. And they're down to their last out.
Well, I've always said it's tough. An elevated fastball you see so well, hard to lay off of. Well, when you're talking about 100 miles per hour, chances of catching up are next to none. So you see that one just blown right by him. I think you're going to have to start a lot earlier if you're going to catch up to that speed.
2 down, nobody on. That one pushed to the left and foul.
It's a tough pitch, but in terms of the best pitch you're going to get to hit in the at-bat that fast.
Hit to second, and this should do it. Throw to first, ball game. And the Yankees come in here and finish off a 3-game sweep. Tanaka didn't allow any runs and got the save.
Well, he showed some lockdown stuff out of the pen, Boog. His teammates see him pitching like that, and it gives him a ton of confidence in him. Nice job to help deliver the win.
Welcome in, baseball fans, and here in New York, we've got baseball coming up for Jackie Robinson Day. It's the Colorado Rockies going up against the New York Yankees. John Shambi alongside Chris Singleton. Chris, today a special day on the Major League Baseball calendar, Jackie Robinson Day. Everyone on the field wearing number 42 to honor Jackie and his breaking of the professional baseball color barrier in 1947 with the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Well, Boog, it's a great day for everyone in terms of just the unity that it helped to bring forth within our country, and a lot of times that's done through sport. But for me, as a black player, when I think about Jackie Robinson and I think about the connection of such a great player and all of the adversity that he had to endure, baseball's hard enough just to play, but then everything sort of on the field, off the field, and how he persevered through that, so inspiring.
First pitch coming your way next. Tanaka stepping in now. Tough matchup here when you're facing someone that throws 97 miles an hour on the black.
Yeah, Boo, forget the scouting report. He's just got to step in the box and trust his instincts. He's great hitting the ball the other way, and that pitch did a good job to straighten him up a bit. Mission accomplished.
Swing and a drive, deep right field. Going back. Makes the catch up against the wall and foul. One down. Here's the shortstop at the plate, Ezekiel Tovar. Ground ball up the middle. Throws to first in time. Most people don't know that the idea for players to wear number 42 started with Ken Griffey Jr. He's the one that went to Bud Selig in advance of them eventually retiring number 42 in 1997.
Such a great story.
Tanaka goes 5'5", 185 pounds, and he's a native of South Korea. That one fouled off. On the inside corner for called strike 3.
Well, he went up there trying to be aggressive, that's for sure, hacking at those first two pitches, but clearly that last one fooled him. He could have been sitting on something else entirely, but you want to be able to adjust on 0-2 and at least get a swing off when it's in the zone. Maybe choke up, maybe...
Slings it across. One away here in the fifth. Welcome back to the ballpark here on Jackie Robinson Day. Bottom of the sixth inning. Shu Tanaka stepping in now for the Yankees. Back up the middle and a base hit. And a man aboard. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate.
Why was the Empire running like that?
So up next for New York, Austin Wells.
He's running with a 17 speed.
Came out of the gates really strong.
You know, Singy, when you think about every player wearing number 42 on Jackie Robinson Day, you can thank Ken Griffey Jr. for all of it. Runner on the go, in the dirt. Safe at second, and that was not close. Man at second. That one to first.
All right, he's up. You're up.
Takes it himself. One away, bottom of the sixth. That was also the day that Bud Selig retired his number. And Griffey, who was playing for the Mariners at the time, asked to have his uniform number flip-flopped, switching from 24 to 42. And ball four there. Tying run is on base.
Pretty much the last thing you want from your bullpen arms are free passes, especially in spots like this. Make the team earn their way on.
Here's Josh Young.
Third baseman,
0-1. Ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. In to score from third. It's an RBI single, and now they trail by 1. Now the tag at third, and they got him. So up next for New York, Tanaka.
Really nice swing in his last at bat. Shot a line drive into center field.
That one is absolutely belted. And foul ball.
Well, he got a first pitch breaking ball right there, but he clearly liked the look of. Just needed to let it travel a little longer.
Hard hit left side. Play made, that ends the inning. One out, runner at second. Max Muncy getting ready to hit. Man at second. Swing, and this one's bounced to the ground. Base hit into center field. Into third now. So runners at the corners and one out.
Here's the ball. It's hit right back up the middle. Clearly a base hit.
Tanaka with an okay game in the loss.
Didn't light the world on fire, but he held up his end okay. I'm sure he'd like to have a better game and help him win going forward.
Now for the Yankees, number 11, Tanaka.
Two aboard, two outs. Mookie Betts, the next to hit. 0 for 3 in this one.
Not sure if he was expecting for the pitcher to come right at him, but he got a nice cookie there and just watched it the entire way.
Base hit into the outfield. Here comes Loud. He'll score easily. It's an RBI single. It's 8-1. So 2 down. Jared Triolo getting ready to hit. He swings and fouls one off. Hit hard on the ground to the right side, and it goes just foul. Got him looking for the strikeout. They limit the damage here. 2 men left stranded. Back at Yankee Stadium, all set to start the 9th in this one. Here's Shohei Ohtani.
Cold night tonight, Boog, and that's a pretty firm fastball right there. Tell you what, memories of getting jammed, they creeping into my mind right now.
Barely a hair out of the zone, but it was a ball. Still 2 challenges left for them. The 1-0.
Nope.
And it's fouled away. Misses inside. Full count now. Set down on strikes. And a strikeout for the first out here in the 9th.
Well, that's a pitch, that slider from an opposite-handed pitcher that you usually see very well, but for some reason he didn't pick it up, and it just kind of got into the strike zone late. Gave up on it a little bit early.
Smith, batting with 1 down, takes a strike. And he swings through that one. Strike 3, and that's 2 in a row.
Well, anytime you can punch out the top 2 guys in a lineup to start an inning, Got to be feeling pretty good out there on the mound, because when you think of just having a distraction, table setters on the base paths, and all of a sudden you're dealing with the #3 hitter, any distraction can cause you to serve up a cookie, and instead of it being a solo shot, it's a 2- or 3-run homer.
Ground ball right side, makes the sliding stop, and that's a great play for the out. Dodgers go down quietly, and it remains an 8-1 game.
Now for the Yankees, number 11, Tanaka.
Andy Pappas steps to the plate for the Dodgers. Tanaka out there now. It's closer time. 3 outstanding between this team and a win.
Yeah, adrenaline pumping, Boog. Every save opportunity brings its own set of nerves, but this is why he gets paid the big dollars.
Popped up to the left, into foul ground. Now there's one away.
Got the pitch that he wanted. Just a little bit quick. Front shoulder open. Backside collapsed a little bit, and the launch angle not where he needed it to be.
Westberg batting with 1 down, takes a strike. Crowd locked in right now. 1-run game here in the 9th. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Good eye right there.
Wow, that's a tough pitch to lay off.
Got him swinging for the strikeout. Just 1 out remaining for the Dodgers. The batter now will be Will Smith. 0 for 3 in this one.
Ball, that's high.
In there at the knees. Smith thought that one missed, and here comes a challenge. Good eye at the plate. They'll overturn the call. They'll keep both their challenges. Looking to get the tying run on base. That one fouled off. 2-2. The Dodgers down to their final strike. Fouled off, and they'll do it again. 2 down, nobody on. Off the mark there, and the count's full.
Big pitch coming right here. Last thing he wants to do is put the tying run on base, but he can't groove one either.
Gets a piece and stays alive. Payoff pitch. Got it! And that's the ball game.
Check, I was not trying to face no Ohtani, bro.
Well, this guy came out of the bullpen and went right to work, Boo. You could see the focus and concentration while he was pitching. He did his part to help them get the W.
That one fouled off. Swing and a miss. That's strike two.
Pitching has been pretty dominant in this one, but you got to be careful. Not working with too big a lead. They could get right back in this ball game if you're not careful.
Got him swinging for the strikeout. And a strikeout for the first out here in the ninth.
Well, that right there is what you want to see out of your closer. Come in and close the door. Cancel any hope that opponent has in making some type of comeback in the ball game. Tell you what, that helps him settle in, and that helps everybody else relax a little bit to get these other two outs.
Betts at the box with one away as he takes ball one. Pitcher thought that was a strike. He's going to challenge. And it's a called strike after the review. So they've still got both their challenges.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days. You would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just pumping gas out of the bullpen. So hard to play catch-up.
Goes down swinging for the strikeout. And they're down to their last out.
Well, it's kind of tough right here. Closer comes in and he strikes out the first two hitters. It's hard not to feel defeated, and then this is going to go quickly. But you got to go up there, maybe try to find a way to choke up on the bat, spread out, put the ball in play, and maybe you can extend this inning.
They're down to their final strike.
All right, there's number 8, one away.
Two down, nobody on. In the air to left center. Bellinger on his way over. He's got it. Ball game. The Yankees with the rubber match of this 3-game series. Tanaka didn't allow any runs and got the save.
That was a really strong performance out of the bullpen, Boog. He came right after those hitters and just shut them down, and that helped his team get the win. Nice job.
Tanaka steps in, facing one of the top arms in the league. Big moment, big challenge.
You know, Boog, these are the matchups that tell you what a hitter is made of. Let's see what he brings to the table right here.
Swings and lines a base hit into left field. As the go-ahead runner pulls up at third.
Now, just a nice job coming through at a pretty high leverage spot right there. Nice line drive to the pull side right there, but he didn't spin off of it. That's the key. You still have to extend through the baseball in order to hit a line drive like that.
Soft contact in the air, pulls it down, and there are two away.
A perfect result for the defense. A line drive out that doesn't score a run, and it takes away the opportunity for that sacrifice fly. You can't ask for much more. That's the outcome they wanted.
That one is absolutely belted. Varsho after it. Can't get to it. This might clear the bases. They've cleared the bases, and they're up by 3.
Well, when you fall behind in the count,
speed,
you
boy.
gotta come into the zone, and then guys have a better chance of hitting the ball hard like he did right there.
Next to hit, Oswald Peraza.
Number 17, Oswald Peraza.
0-2 now. Oh, great stop. There's one. And a run scores on the double play.
It's always great when you can add a run, but in this situation with the bases loaded, double play's kind of a rally killer.
Tanaka.
Bieber with some less than fantastic work on the hill lately. This one chopped on the ground, but foul.
Even the best pitchers of all time have had stretches where nothing was working for him on the mound. Maybe he needs to have his turn in the rotation skipped or something. Get his mind right to get back on track.
Base hit. Austin Wells stepping in now for the Yankees. The kick and the pitch. Runner goes on the ground, and it's through for a hit. Throw comes in quickly, so even with the runner on the move, he holds it second. Ernie Clement stepping in now for the Yankees.
He's been such a good hitter with runners in scoring position. Some guys just take it to another level. For him right now at the plate, it's like everyone else is in slow motion, and he's in full speed.
This one popped up. Infield fly called there. And here's a look at how he's using his pitches in this one. First and second, one out. Here's Josh Young. There's one on the first double play.
Poetry in motion there as the second baseman turns the double play. Nice throw to first, and that's the way.
Here's Dalton Varsho now. His dad Gary, a former big leaguer. Dalton named after Gary's former teammate Darren Dalton, the great Phillies catcher. Ground ball up the middle, and he can't come up with it. Safe at first, no play. We'll see how they score this.
Up next for the Royals, the designated hitter, Kyle. The man, number 11, shortstop, Tanaka.
Swing and a ground ball. Off-balance feed, there's one. And that's all they'll get.
It's such a great feeling when a team can rely on their shortstop to make a play like that. It builds up confidence for everyone on his team. It might even inspire a few more web gyms before the game is over.
Runners at the corners here, one away. Austin Wells stepping in now for the Yankees. Runner on the go. Hit weakly on the ground. Witt fires to first in time.
Up next for the Yankees, the second baseman, Ernie Clement.
Ernie.
In this game, you know you need more. Got to continue to add runs if you're going to get out of here with a win.
Yankees 5, Royals 3. One down. Shu Tanaka digs in now. He's one of the faster guys just by pure sprint speed in the majors. That one lifted to left. 2 down. Back here at Kauffman Stadium, bottom of the 7th, Carter Jensen steps in for the Royals. Up the middle. What a stop. Over to first. Nicely done for the out.
Up next for the Royals, the third baseman, Michael.
First and second, no outs. Shu Tanaka getting ready to hit. Now he steps out as time is granted. That's ripped into the outfield. Can't reach it. This should score at least one. One run is in. Coming home. He'll score. 2 runs are in, and it's 8-3.
Nicely done. Brings home 2. Loud contact leads to the double. I mean, you could tell it had extra bases written all over it as it jumped off of his stick.
Runner in scoring position, no outs. Austin Wells stepping in now for the Yankees. Man at second. And a pop-up on the left side of the infield. Witt gets under it. 1 away. And now Ernie Clement. Line drive, base hit. Tanaka around third. He will score. It's an RBI single, and it's now a 6-run lead.
I was watching his rounds during batting practice today. So impressed with his ability to let the ball travel, go back up the middle and the other way. Sometimes when you step in the box during the game, you get a little anxious and you get away from that. But so far, I've seen him stay consistent with his pregame preparation.
Tanaka really excelled in this one and contributed to the win. Had 3 hits and 2 runs batted in.
Really impressive work at the dish, Boog. He gave his teammates a lot of opportunities in this one, and that's really all you can ask him to do.
Number 11, Shu Tanaka.
So 2 down. Now it's the right fielder, Pavin Smith. 1 for 4 with a double. Just missed.
Well, this is a critical spot for both the pitcher and the hitter. You can learn a lot about a guy by how he handles these pressure situations.
The 1-0. And fouled off. The Royals with the go-ahead run at the plate here, the bottom half of the 8th inning. This one in the air, right field. Base hit, 1 run is in. The second run scores. It's a 2-run single, tie game here in the 8th. And Kyle Schwarber will come up. Tanaka looking to lock back in after giving up the lead.
Still in this, so can't dwell on it. Got a chance right now to keep it close.
And a base hit. Judge hustles it back in. Go-ahead run into scoring position as he stops at second. Looks like we've got a substitution at first. On to run for the Royals. Oswald Peraza looking for some added speed out there in the late innings. Close, but called a ball. And that is ball 1. And a challenge from the mound in a big spot. They'll overturn the call and rule it a strike. So they still have both challenges. That's a strike, and he inches closer to getting out of the jam. Got it, swinging for the K. They limit the damage here, but they score 3 times to even it up. 9th inning coming up. Last chance for the home team. Now it'll be the cleanup hitter for the Royals, Jack Caglione. That one back up the middle, and it gets through. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate. Here's Bobby Witt Jr. Tanaka back at it after the leadoff hitter gets on.
Well, not how you want to start, but now it's about limiting the damage. You got to bear down right here.
And that one fouled off.
Now, this is just par for the course these days. Huge fastballs coming out of the bullpen.
0-1 now. In there at the knees.
So now it's all about protect mode. Try to shorten up. Try to track the ball. Block it if you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not.
Called out on strikes.
Up next for the Royals, the first baseman, Ryan O'Hearn.
Ball 1. The Royals with the tying run at the plate, and the home team trying to pull it out. Way out front for strike 2. Gets a piece there. We'll do it again.
Well, this is a guy that can be frustrating for pitchers because he fouls off so many pitches and grinds out the at-bat. I'm sure there's some times where a pitcher would rather just give up a first pitch single than have to waste 6 or 7 pitches on one hitter.
The Yanks trying to close out a 2-run lead here in the last half of inning number 9. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Royals down to their final out.
Well, interesting. He's looking very comfortable out of the stretch after giving up the leadoff single. Back-to-back strikeouts, so they haven't been able to move that runner up, get him into scoring position, and try to have a better chance.
The new pitcher in the game for Nick.
They said they better give me that win.
Now pitching for the Yankees, number 11, Tanaka.
Brooks Baldwin steps to the plate for the White Sox. Tanaka ready to go. Ninth inning, and the ball is in the closer's hands. This is why they get the big entrance music.
Well, pressure's on, but that's the job. You come in, lock it down, and head home with a W.
That one pushed foul, out of play off to the left. Fought off foul. And he'll two. What a stop to first. And they get the out.
Talk about being able to dial up the velocity. That first baseman over there might need a little pad inside that first baseman's mitt.
That one finds the zone. It's 0-1.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days. You would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just pumping gas out of the bullpen. So hard to play catch-up.
The Yanks trying to close out a 3-run lead. We're in the last half of the ninth inning. Cuts out and misses. That's a strikeout. White Sox down to their final out.
And he'll be beating himself up on the way back to the dugout. Got a pitch to hit and just couldn't get to it. I think that slider really caught way more of the plate than it was supposed to.
So it's their last chance in this one. Now it's the shortstop, Chase Mydroff. 1 for 3. Swings through the fastball up in the zone. They're down to their final strike.
Cold night like tonight, last thing you want to do as a hitter is get jammed or even off the end. Trying to find that sweet spot on the bat. Tell you what, you're going to be trying to catch things out front, so off-speed pitches may be a good complement to that fastball.
Cut on and missed, struck him out, and that's the ball game. Tanaka pitched a clean inning for the save.
Well, he showed some lockdown stuff out of the pen, Boog. His teammates see him pitching like that, and it gives him a ton of confidence in him. Nice job to help deliver the win.
One out man at first. And now Colson Montgomery. Here's the 0-2. Chop to the right side. Rice. There's one. What a double play that was. Inning over. We head to the second on the south side. No score. Back here on the south side. On now to the top half of inning number 2. So the Chicago White Sox have had a rough go so far this season. Singy, they got to be scratching their heads in that clubhouse.
Actually, Boog, I think the way they respond in the clubhouse is going to be critical. If you're able to laugh it off, trust your talent, and work hard, it should work out in the end. But there's no doubt they put themselves deep underwater in the standings, and they've got a lot of ground to make up. Big few weeks coming.
Tanaka digging in. They say pressure makes diamonds. Let's see if this turns into a gem.
Yep, time to see if this one shines.
And that one fouled off. Man at second. This one in the air, center field. Baldwin settles underneath it. That's out number 2. Jordan Lawler steps to the plate for the White Sox. 0-2 now. On the ground. Over to second for 1. A sensational double play.
For me, that's one of the toughest double plays to turn on the infield. The first baseman has to get inside, create a throwing lane to hit that middle infielder to start the double play, and then from there completing it back to first. Really good job all the way around.
Nope, outside.
Man on second, 2 down. Line, and that's a base hit. Runner around third on his way to the plate. He will score, and they take the lead. It's an RBI single. It's 2-1.
Big swing of the bat right there to give him the lead. That was clutch. Fastball off the plate a little bit, but a really nice job of going with it. Punched it to the opposite field for that knock.
2 outs. Runner on first. Austin Wells stepping in now for the Yankees. Runner takes off. Curve in the dirt. Kicks away. And now a man into scoring position. Base hit right field. Rounds third, headed for the plate. By 2.
That was a great job of letting that runner steal second base, get in the scoring position, come through with the base knock. You add a run.
Man at first with 1 gone. Tanaka stepping in now for the Yankees. Outfield deep here, trying to prevent anything over their heads. Swing and a ground ball into the outfield, base hit. And now 2 aboard.
Up next for the Yankees, the catcher, number
Next to hit, Austin Wells. High fly ball lifted in the air, right field. He makes the grab, 2 down.
Up next for the Yankees.
First and second, 2 outs. Ernie Clement stepping in now for the Yankees. 2 on, 2 outs. Tap back to the mound. On to first. That's out number 3.
Nice Nice work out of the bullpen for that first MLB win, Boog. They turned to him when they didn't have the lead. He kept things steady, and he's rewarded with the W.
Tanaka.
Here at New Yankee Stadium in the swing and a miss as he was late that time. That one fouled off. Swings through it for the count. And a strikeout for the first out here in the ninth. Fouls one off out of play back to our left. Swing and a miss, and that's strike two.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days, you would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just pumping gas out of the bullpen, so hard to play catch-up.
Gets a piece, and it stays 0-2. Battling here as he fouls it away. Here's the 0-2. One down, base is empty here in the ninth. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Down to the last out for the Rays. So back to the top of the order. Now here is Leo Rivas. Yankees up by 3 here at the top of the ninth. Swing and a pop-up in foul ground. He's got it. Ball game. The Yankees take the series opener here at home. Tanaka hits the clean in for the save.
Gumberg, he really steadied them on the way to the win. The best relievers have a lot of confidence, and they just go out and attack hitters the way he did in this one.
All set to start the ninth in this one. And stepping in for the Rays, Carson Williams. Late with the swing there.
That front-door slider is such a devastating pitch. You don't want to get beat by the inside fastball, so you cheat a little bit, and then by the time it gets there, it's out of the swing.
Swings and misses, struck him out. And a strikeout for the first out here in the ninth. Tanaka wants to challenge that one. Thought it was a strike. Didn't miss by too much, but it'll stay a ball. That knocks them down to one challenge left. Four in the ninth. Yeah, that's fouled off. Here's a 1-1.
Ball, hot.
Right through there for a strike.
Just amazing to me how many closers and back-end relievers just throw absolute gas these days. I never would have had a chance.
Strike 3, and that's 2 in a row.
Very strong coming out of the pen so far as he punches out the first 2 batters he's faced in this one, getting straight to work. Man, it's talked about a lot, but relievers are just so electric these days. These aren't fun at bats if you're a hitter. I'm so glad I'm retired.
On the ground to third. And that is that. Nothing doing for Tampa. Tanaka set to go again, facing a standout rookie singing.
Rookie of the Year candidate or not, she's still got to hit it. This pitcher's not handing out welcome baskets by any means. And I know you want to be patient as a hitter, but you got to be ready to jump on the first thing straight. And he got one right there, but left the bat on his shoulder.
Up the middle. Clement over to first. That was a productive play as the go-ahead run moves up to third.
Not a bad outcome in that spot. The runner moves up to third, and now they have a chance to drive in the go-ahead run. It's not a hit, but at the end of the day, it's a good at-bat, especially when you're playing extra innings.
That one in triple digits.
In the infield at the corners, don't be surprised to see them come home first and prevent that run from scoring.
Swings through that one for strike 2. The Rays with the go-ahead run at third here in the top half of the 10th. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Huge strikeout there.
Oh, that's a huge strikeout right there. Big second out. Infield was in. They were playing the full court press, and he got the swing and miss. Keeps this one tied. This next at bat should be a lot of fun. The odds of wiggling out of this just went up considerably.
Go ahead run on base. Leo Rivas the next to hit. That one catches the zone, and that is strike 1. 2 down, go ahead run in scoring position. Swing and a miss as he was out front that time. Got it, swinging. The Rays strand just the 1. This game's all tied at 4. Back for more from the Bronx. Now we go to the 11th. Junior Caminero now at the plate. Check swing called strike. Strike 1.
Hitter's got some good opposite field power. What I like about something being hit to the right side into the outfield is that the base runner at second has a very good read and can determine whether or not he can score on that base hit.
Got it. Swinging for the K.
Wow, what a pitch for the strikeout right there, Boo. He placed that screwball on the inside, and man, that thing moves a ton. That's a unique pitch. So tough to throw. You don't see many guys throwing that pitch, but if you can put it right there against same-side hitters, almost impossible to handle.
Upstairs, ball 1. And a challenge from the mound in a big spot. And it did miss the zone. The call stands. So they're now out of challenges. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them. Ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. Here comes the runner. He'll score. It's an RBI single. And they've got the lead in extra innings. Now it's the right fielder, Trey Morgan. That one hammered, but pulled foul. Simpson stands at first with 1 out. Runner on the go. Pitch misses in. Throw, save. That's a stolen base. Foul ball, still a 1-2 count.
That was absolute gas. Triple digits on the gun. It's just a different experience as a hitter watching that go by.
And a breaking ball misses outside. 1 out and a runner at second. And we're here at the top half of the 11th. Gets a piece there. We'll do it again. Swing and a pop-up. Fielding for the wall. Makes the catch in foul ground. Osvaldo Vito gets the call from the pen.
Just trying to keep this one close here, and this is where a bullpen can give their players a chance to fight back into the game.
6-5 the final here today. A one-run extra inning win for Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show. I'm John Shambi. Thanks for joining us. Back in the Bronx, ready to go for the last half of the inning. Tanaka stepping in now for the Yankees. Getting some work in the field this game, but of course he's primarily thought of as a pitcher.
So much respect for the athleticism and hard work of this guy. Just impressive enough to pitch like he does, but he can really rake too. Takes a lot to get to do this kind of thing at any level in the pros.
Austin Wells stepping in now for the Yankees. Runner takes off. Swing and a high fly ball out towards right center field. Great effort as he's able to haul it in. One down.
Batting sixth, the second baseman, Ernie.
And next for New York, Ernie Clement. Line drive, base hit right field. Quick throw back in. Lead runner holds at second with one gone.
Good start for him to this ball game tonight. And I always talk about get a knock in your first at bat. It just makes your confidence at such a higher level for the potential of having a big night.
To the right side.
On the back, pick it up, pick it up.
To first, and he beats it. Everyone's safe.
Oh, just a nice job coming through in a pretty high leverage spot right there. Didn't try to do too much with it, just a really controlled, simple swing. We don't see a whole lot of that these days with guys trying to launch and hit home runs, but sometimes you got to shorten up just like that.
The 2-1. In the dirt. Wow, that's a great job behind the dish there. Payoff pitch. Ground ball left side. Here's Geloff for one. Double play. What a twin killing to end the inning.
Just trying to...
The batter, number 11, shortstop, Tanaka.
And that one ripped to left. And he'll play it on a bounce. Throw in holds the lead runner at second. 2 on now with 2 away.
Next for the Yankees.
So digging in,
The catcher,
Austin
number
Wells.
28, Austin Wells.
Line drive to short and caught. 1 run in the inning, but they leave 2. 3 innings complete. So here's Bader now. This is a guy that they are counting on to deliver, and early on this season, it's been a struggle. Ground ball up the middle, and that's a base hit. Rounds third, headed for the plate. He'll score easily. It's an RBI single, and they take a 3-run lead.
For the Yankees, the shortstop, Tanaka.
They've got a potent lineup, and when you think about teams capable of rallying from this kind of deficit, they're right at the top of the list. Oh, look at the stop. Throw to first. Nicely done for the out. So 2 down. Shu Tanaka stepping in now for the Yankees.
Tanaka.
That one the other way. Brings it in for the 3rd out. Tanaka did well enough for them despite the loss.
Didn't light the world on fire, but he held up his end okay. I'm sure he'd like to have a better game and help him win going forward.
Now for the Yankees, number 11, Tanaka.
Back in the Bronx, we go to the 9th. Lawrence Butler getting ready to hit. Check swing called strike. 1-1. Tanaka. 5 saves on the year. And he was selected for the All-Star game last year. Hit on the ground to the right side. Rice steps on the bag, and the leadoff man retired here in the 9th.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days, you would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just pumping gas out of the bullpen. So hard to play catch-up.
The 1-1. And a foul ball. The 1-2. This one in the air right field. And that'll fall for a base hit. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate.
Up next for the A's.
Now, Tyler Soderstrom. He's already homered here in this one. And that's in for a strike. Good job to fight that one off. The tying run at the plate. Gets a piece and stays alive. Got him looking. The A's down to their final out.
Well, just couldn't pull the trigger on the fastball right there, and I don't think he was taking it, thinking it might be a called ball or anything. I just think he was flat out frozen. Did not expect that location, in my opinion.
That clips the corner. One strike away. And a swing and a miss, and that is the ball game. Tanaka hits the clean in for the save.
Good work out of the bullpen in the win, Boog. Really handled his business against this lineup. You'll take that kind of performance just about every time.
Now putting for the Yankees, number 11, Tanaka.
Chance for the home team. And now for the Jays, Addison Barger.
Now, Boog, this is a real tough place for visiting teams to come in and close out ball games for a win.
Foul ball there.
Great swing and solid contact. Just a little too quick. He's got to stay back a little longer.
The 0-2. Fights it off. He'll see another. Foul ball, still 0-2. Popped in the air, left side. Young under it. And there's one away.
Up next for the Blue Jays, center fielder number 16,
On the ground, right side. Rice takes it himself. Blue Jays have just one out left here. 2 down, bases empty. And next for Toronto, Alejandro Kirk. Now a miss. Yeah, that's fouled off. The Yanks trying to close out a 2-run lead here in the last half of inning number 9. Got him, and that's the ball game. Tanaka didn't allow any runs and got the save.
He went out there and delivered some shutdown relief for him, Boog. Really seemed like he had his best stuff going today, and that helped him secure the win.
Tanaka stepping in now for the Yankees. He's well known as the rare two-way player and taking a break from the mound to get some at-bats in this one.
You know, it's fun for the game seeing a guy like this, especially great since this gives fans a chance to see him in the lineup just about every day.
Smash to the left side. They take the force out, 3rd out. And now the Blue Jays will get their initial.
The batter, number 11, shortstop, Tanaka.
Swing and a high fly ball, well struck. Way back there. And a foul ball. Got the bat going too soon. It's strike 2.
Well, you got the hitter already chasing that nasty slider. If you're on the mound, you just want to expand the zone right now. Get a swing and miss and get through this at bat.
That's the ball.
Judge, the runner at first with 2 gone. And now before the 1-2, time is called at home plate. On a line out towards center. And that'll do it. And a big spot here for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Hit on the ground might be 2. Tanaka tossed to second, back to first, and that is a double play.
That was a much-needed double play right there. It gives him a really good shot at minimizing any further damage in this inning.
This one popped up. Foul ground, first base side. And there are 2 down. Back to the leadoff spot in the Blue Jays lineup. Brandon Marsh, the next to hit. And the 0-1. On a bounce right side. Oh, great stop. The feed for 1. What a double play that was. Inning over. Nothing across here this half. We're through 6 full. It's the Blue Jays 4 and the Yankees nothing. It's an 1 down. Now it's the shortstop, Tanaka. 0 for 3 in this one. In the air, right field. 2 down. The Yankees looking to rally. Back to the top of the order now. Brandon Marsh steps to the plate. Swing and a ground ball. Gets it to first. They limit the damage here. 1 run in the inning, but they leave. Tanaka with a less than great game in the loss.
Well, Boog, this is a game he'd rather forget. He needs to wash this one off in the shower and do better next time out.
For the Yankees, number 11, Tanaka.
Citizens Bank Park. On to the bottom of the 10th. Ruben Medwin stands in for the Phillies.
This guy's usually not one to chase pitches off the plate, but he did there. We'll see if he can tighten up his zone a little bit.
Out to short. And here in the 10th, the leadoff man is out.
Couple of pitches and a quick out.
Liner takes it in for the out. So it's their last chance in this one. Here's the left fielder, number 43. 0 for 3 in this one. That one close, ruled a ball. And that is ball one. Ground ball right side. Throw to first. Ball game. And the Yankees take game one of the series on the road. Tanaka knocks the 100th save of his career in this one.
He's really proven to be a reliable option out of the bullpen. Always seems to settle the team down when he comes jogging in from the bullpen.
One out man at first. And here is Tanaka. A little bit low. Tanaka playing up the middle at short. Batting in the cleanup spot. And his batting average this season is over .310. Liner, base hit. Lead runner touches second, heading for third. The relay, not in time. He's safe.
Other than ripping one into the gap or blasting one over the wall, there aren't a whole lot of hits that are more satisfying than a nice line drive into center field. So that definitely felt good.
Runners at the corners here, one away. Austin Wells stepping in now for the Yankees. 2 on, 1 out. There goes the runner. Called strike 3. Throw to second. Not in time. He's there easily. Ernie Clement stepping in now for the Yankees.
How many times have we seen an early at-bat change the course of a game? It happens every night in baseball, and maybe it happens again here.
Here's the pitch. Runner breaks for third. And that one hit to first. Dives, but it's off his glove. Judge scores. It's an RBI single, and they lead by 2.
And that hit carries a little extra meaning, Boog. It keeps his hitting streak going. He is dialed in at the dish right now.
I don't think there's a more confident hitter in all of baseball right now. Looks like he's expecting a knock every time he steps to the plate. Traffic on the bases with 2 already in to score here in the second game of the series. And they're all loaded up.
Pretty easy walk right there. Last pitch wasn't even much to think about.
Here's Cody Bellinger. Makes the catch. Inning over. But 2 runs. 1 down. Wyatt Langford will hit next. Swing at a ground ball. Feeds to second. Out there. Over to first. Safe.
Up next for the Rangers.
Back now in the Bronx. Now here's the Yankees cleanup hitter, Tanaka. That's to third and foul ball.
You know, these Yankees showing great discipline at the plate, and patience definitely seems to be the name of their game in this one. They've worked 3 walks already, so that proves they're not anxious up there. They're sticking to their game plan, and it's working.
Throw on to Torkelson. Leadoff man retired here in the 3rd. So a man at first. Now it's the right fielder. At second, heads for 3rd.
Well, his hot hitting continues. He's been getting great results lately. Once you get the ball by the pitcher, there's a lot of base hits up the middle, even on ground balls. So a nice job to use that big hole and get himself a hit.
Out to center. He makes the grab, and that is that. Back in the Bronx, ready now for the 5th inning. Now the catcher for the Rangers, number 72. Hit on the ground to short, Tanaka. Throws to first, and the leadoff hitter retired in the 5th. 1 down. Next to hit, Tanaka. 1 for 3. This one's
the fucking time.
way out of here. His first homer of the year, and they add to their lead. That's their 3rd home run of the game.
They're having a lot of fun at the plate in this one. They've got the long ball working for them on autopilot. That's an impressive swing of the bat to go over the wall to the opposite field gap. And, you know, there are a lot of guys that just don't have the pop to do that, and probably just as many who don't have the approach either. He let that ball travel, and he got great extension on the follow-through to drive it out of here.
So up next for New York, Tanaka.
Hit an absolute tape measure shot last time up. Tough spot right here. A couple runners on. 2-ball count. You can't nibble, but you have to execute and finish your pitch. If you leave something out over the plate, it's going to bring in some runs.
Two on, 1 out. And that misses. 3-1. Now time called at the plate. And that'll load the bases.
He's making things difficult for himself right now out there on the mound, but you know his confidence should still be high enough to get out of this, but he's gonna have to buckle down right here.
So digging in, Austin Wells. Ground ball to the right side. Oh, great stop. Run scores, but a terrific play to get the out.
Well, if that ball gets through, it's definitely 2 runs, but because of the diving stop, they trade an out for a run.
This one in the air. Torkelson settles underneath it, and that ends the inning. 2 men left stranded, but they do push across 1. 9th inning coming up. The Yankees. Tanaka really excelled in this one and contributed to the win.
But Blue can't say enough about what he did for him in this one. He's a big reason they got the W, and it's easy to see why he's a key contributor for him.
Now for the Yankees, number 11, Tanaka.
Back at Yankee Stadium. All set to start the 9th in this one. Luis Garcia getting ready to hit. Swing and a miss. 0-1.
Happy Mother's Day.
That's a bullet, but it goes foul. Looking to get the tying run on base. And a foul ball, he stays alive. Here's the 0-2. On the ground. On the run, sends it over to first, but he beats it. Nice try defensively, great hustle, and the tying run is on. Out towards right center field. Doyle should have this one. And there's one down. And now it's Tirso Ornelas. 1 for 3. Swing and a miss as he was out front. The Yanks trying to close out a 1-run lead here at the top of the 9th. And that's in there at the knees for a strike.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days, you would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just
swings and misses, struck him out. And now 1 out remaining for Texas. Fouled off. He was late.
right now they're looking for something, hit hard into the gaps, give them an opportunity with 2 outs to score that run from first.
Tanaka is just 1 strike away. Swing and a miss, and that's the ball game. Tanaka hits the clean inning for the save.
Good work out of the bullpen in the win, Boog. Really handled his business against this lineup. You'll take that kind of performance just about every time.
Tanaka.
Go-ahead run on base. Davis Schneider will hit next. 0 for 3 in this one.
If you're a base runner, you've got to stay dialed in here. Look for anything in the dirt. Try your best to get into scoring position.
Oh, 2 now. Towards first. He takes it himself to the bag, and that'll do it. Blue Jays held in check. Score remains deadlocked at 2-2. On to extra innings. Now here's the leadoff man for the Blue Jays, Brandon Marsh.
Hey.
So now it's all about protect mode. Try to shorten up, try to track the ball, block it if you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way, somehow climb back into this at bat through the count.
Battling here as he fouls it away. Man at second. Just off the inside edge.
No.
He's just missing with some pitches that, I mean, they're not strikes, and that's what you think, oh, good pitch is a strike, but so many times pitchers are trying to tease the zone, and the last 2 pitches that he's thrown, good pitches, but even better takes.
The 2-2. Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball. Left field. And that's a base hit. Marsh with a knock, and the leadoff hitter is aboard.
How you let this shit just fall like that?
Second, it's an RBI single, and they've got the lead in extra innings. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. now. Tanaka needs to limit the damage here, Singy.
The scoreboard changed, but the inning's not over. He's got to lock it down before it unravels.
That's the ball.
Popped up to the left, into foul ground. Young takes it in for the out. And there's one down.
Well, strike one is so critical in a bat like this with a real threat at the plate looking to do damage.
Yeah, big swing and a miss. 1 run across in the frame so far here in extra innings. Out towards right center field. Judge gets under it. He makes the grab.
Up next for the Blue Jays.
And next for Toronto, Caleb Durbin, taking his first at bat of the game after entering on defense. Swinging a foul back. That's out of play. Now the 0-1. Foul ball. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. And that'll do it.
Good shot.
Run, a hit, and a man left. Last chance to even things up. We head to the...
Let's go, man.
A 5-3 final score in this one. For Chris Singleton and our entire crew, I'm John Shambi saying so long.
Tanaka.
All set to start the ninth in this one. And now for the Jays, Tyler O'Neill. Fouled off down the right side. Tanaka looking to reach double-digit saves on the year. And he was selected to the All-Star game last year. Comes up empty. That's strike two. Got him looking for the strikeout. And a strikeout for the first out here in the ninth.
Well, the first batter, it's always a big one for the closer. I mean, you get that punch out, you get settled in, you feel like you're in command out there on the mound from the jump, and kind of prevents any doubt from creeping into your mind or the fielders that are playing behind you that, you know, you're going to wrap this thing up.
Looking to get the tying run on base. Swing and a miss. And the count even 1-1. Swings through that.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days, you would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just pumping gas.
Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Blue Jays have just one out left here.
Well, it's kind of tough right here. Closer comes in and he strikes out the first two hitters. It's hard not to feel defeated and that this is going to go quickly, but you got to go up there, maybe trying to find a way to choke up on the bat, spread out, put the ball in play, and maybe you can extend this inning.
So they're down to their final out. Now it's the second baseman, Willie Castro. Swings and misses. 0-1. The Yankees trying to close out a one-run lead here at the top of the ninth. Next offering is fouled back. Tanaka is just one strike away. And a swing and a miss, and that is the ball game. Tanaka notches his 10th save of the season.
Well, he's definitely a reliable arm out of the pen for them, Boog. Shows how much the manager trusts him, that he's got 10 saves this year.
So 2 down. Shu Tanaka digs in now.
Tanaka.
This one in the air right field. And that is that. Now the Marlins will see what they can do. No score. 2 on, 2 outs.
Number 11. Shortstop. Shu Tanaka.
Whoa, that's down.
Hot shot to third. They limit the damage here. Man at first, one away.
Number 11. Shortstop. Shu Tanaka.
Ripped to third and caught.
That at bat is a positive sign, even though it probably doesn't feel like it. He hit the ball hard, but it doesn't always work out in your favor. Sometimes a defender is there to make a play.
Kelly.
Out to short. Oh, great stop. To first. And they get the out.
Great cat-like reflexes right there. Lays out, knocks the ball down, and then fires with that rocket arm all the way across the diamond. Man, put this guy in the mound.
Tanaka steps in. They've got the edge, but the job is not done. He's looking to keep the line moving.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a little insurance, Boog.
What a stop. Over to first. And very nicely done for the out. This game's a bit of a blowout, Siggy. Let's talk about something random.
Let's do it.
All right, Siggy, we've been in all the press boxes. You got best press box food.
I think
The throw to first. And one away in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, he's doing a nice job of keeping the ball out of the air. Lets the defense work behind him with another ground ball. Good execution.
Tanaka digs in. Not a lot of traffic this inning, but he's got the power to change that with one swing.
Yeah, and that's the kind of threat that keeps pitchers honest, even with 2 outs and no one on. Well, 2 outs and a chance to put up a 0 on the scoreboard here, and that's not something that's come easy for this staff in this one.
This one in the air, center field. And that is that. Tanaka had a pretty poor showing in this game despite the win.
Certainly a frustrating game at the plate, Boog. I think he'd be the first to tell you he's capable of better. Still, they got the win.
Tanaka.
Back here at Lone Depot Park, bottom of the ninth, Spencer Steer now at the plate. Swing and a miss, strike one. In there at the knees.
That front door slider is such a devastating pitch. You don't want to get beat by the inside fastball, so you cheat a little bit, and then by the time it gets there, it's out of the swing plane.
Got him looking. That was pretty nasty. He'll challenge, thought that was a ball.
No, just excellent location on that inside fastball and really locked him up. And as a hitter, it's not typically what you're looking for. You're trying to protect away and then in, so you can be a little bit tardy with 2 strikes. Hard to tell if he was fooled or if he thought it would be called a ball, but either way, that's a really nice pitch.
2-2 now. That's foul off to the right side, keeps the AB going. Next offering is outside. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Goes down swinging for the strikeout. He didn't make it easy for him on the mound, but they still get the strikeout.
Not the best location with the fastball on strike 3, but when you're pumping high 90s, you'll get away with some of those. More margin for error. You know, the fastball has become such a huge strikeout pitch in the sport. I think a lot of it has to do with all the attention and emphasis on improved spin rates. These fastballs are just exploding out of the pitcher's hands and jumping through the zone.
Ground ball left side, and it goes just foul. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. And the Marlins with just 1 out left.
No, it's kind of tough right here. Closer comes in and he strikes out the first 2 hitters. It's hard not to feel defeated and that this is going to go quickly, but you got to go up there, maybe trying to find a way to choke up on the bat, spread out, put the ball in play, and maybe you can extend this inning.
Pitcher thought that was a strike. He's going to challenge. And that just scraped the zone. The call is overturned. Still 2 challenges left for them. Two down, nobody on. They're down to their final strike.
I guess you throw it that hard, you can get away with locations like that right down the middle, but I still think it's a dangerous pitch. Don't want to do it again.
Swing and a miss, struck him out, and that is the ball game. Tanaka posted 3 strikeouts in a scoreless inning.
Managers dream of having a reliever who pitched like he did in this one, Boog. Came out of the pen ready to go, and he really locked down this lineup to help secure that W.
Now pitching for the Yankees, number 11, Shoe.
An out away. Jackson Holiday, the next to hit.
Holiday.
Here bottom 9, and the home team trying to rally to at least tie it up.
Wow, triple digits on the gun. I know there are more pitchers that can reach that now than in the past, but it's still impressive to watch.
They're down to their final strike.
That slider breaking in can be a tricky pitch. If you don't finish it and have that bite at the end and it stays out over the plate, it can get hit a long way. But that was a good one right there.
2 on, 2 outs. Spoils the 2-strike pitch, and he'll see another. Another 1-2. Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again. Got him. That finishes the evening's action.
That was a really strong performance out of the bullpen, Boog. He came right after those hitters and just shut them down, and that helped his team get the win. Nice job.
So 2 down, and stepping in for New York, Tanaka. Getting some work in the field this game, but of course he's primarily thought of as a pitcher.
So much respect for the athleticism and hard work of this guy. Just impressive enough to pitch like he does, but he can really rake too. Takes a lot to get to do this kind of thing at any level in the pros.
Slice the other way. That's a base hit. Wells makes the turn at second. Headed for the plate. Relay throw home. There's the tag. They get him, and that's the
37 speed, but why don't you just stay at third?
Good in this one. He really tried to stretch it there to go from first all the way to home, but he ran out of steam a little bit as he came around third. Great relay from the defense, a quick tag at the plate, and they cut down the run.
So a man at first, and next for the Orioles, Dalton rushing. Here comes the pitch. Runner breaks for second. Ball outside. Throw to second. He's safe.
When your catcher's not a great thrower, you have to do a better job at controlling the running game, and that's throwing over, that's stepping off, doing whatever you can to try to keep that base stealer's rhythm off. Well, they weren't able to do it right there. They're going to have to make some type of adjustment, or players are going to be running all game.
The 1-0. Hard hit left side. On to France. Nice play off the bounce for the out. Ready to go. Bottom 4. So now the Orioles cleanup hitter, Dalton rushing. Up the middle. Fires over to first. 1 out in the bottom of the 4th.
Up next for the Orioles, the right fielder, Dylan.
Singy did a good job showing off his arm for the out on what was a close play. It's a good thing, too, because he didn't have a lot of time there.
No, he didn't, Boog. How about that arm, man? StatCast saying he whipped it over there at 86 miles per hour, and, you know, that's nothing to scoff at when you're not throwing off a mound.
The batter, number 11, shortstop.
This lineup is having a tough time finding a good rhythm at the plate. Their swings are disjointed, which tells me they're having issues with pitch recognition.
Bounced up the middle. Fires to first in time. Back to the top of the order. Here's the Orioles leadoff hitter, Ty France. That one ripped. And that one gets down, fair ball. And the go-ahead run is on base.
That play looks routine defensively, but with all of the little nooks, it can get real tricky down in the corner. Kept it to a long single. Nice defensive play.
Tanaka digs in. He's up against an 85-plus rated arm, which basically means good luck.
Yeah, Boog, if he reaches base here, somebody better start checking for controller cheats.
This one chopped on the ground, but foul.
Right now, they're looking for something hit hard into the gaps, give them an opportunity with 2 outs to score that run from first. This is the guy they turn to get the most important outs of the ball game, but they're going to make him work to get this save.
And time called at the plate. Maybe trying to slow things down here at a crucial spot. 1 strike away. This one in the air center field. Kim settles under this one. And he's got it. Ball game. And the Orioles win the rubber match of this 3-game series. Tanaka did well enough for them despite the loss.
I think they expect him to make larger contributions than he did today. Nothing too bad, but nothing great either.
Now for the Yankees, number 11, Tanaka.
So 2 outs with runners on the corners. Emmanuel Rodriguez, the next twin up to hit.
Just not able to catch up to that velocity.
They're down to their final strike. Got him, and that's the ball game.
Well, he showed some lockdown stuff out of the pen, Boog. His teammates see him pitching like that, and it gives him a ton of confidence in him. Nice job to help deliver the win.
Now for the Yankees, number 11, Tanaka.
All set to start the 9th in this one. And now for the Twins. Lead. Hammered down the right side, but foul. When you look at the Yankees and think about all those retired numbers, in fact, no more single digits are available with the exception of 0. Chris, what stands out to you?
Well, for me, it kind of explains why I wore number 80 in spring training with the Yankees. Other than the fact I wasn't going to make the team, you look at it, it is pretty difficult, if you would say, as a player that gets drafted or signs with that team to think of, man, how am I going to get comfortable with the new number? Because there's not many options left.
The 0-2. Swings through it for the K. And a strikeout for the first out here in the ninth.
Well, the first batter, it's always a big one for the closer. I mean, you get that punch out, you get settled in, you feel like you're in command out there on the mound from the jump, and kind of prevents any doubt from creeping into your mind or the fielders that are playing behind you that, you know, you're going to wrap this thing up.
One down, base is empty here in the ninth. Swing and a miss. So many great players have played for the Yankees, the likes of Gehrig and Ruth and DiMaggio and Mantle, and then the number 2, Derek Jeter.
Yeah, and obviously the one that stands out the most is that number 2. So many people familiar with the icon, but no question about it, the history and all of the legacies of the New York Yankees players over the years is very dynamic.
Tanaka is just one strike away. And that's the ball game. Tanaka struck out all 3 batters for the save.
Well, this guy came out of the bullpen and went right to work, Boo. You could see the focus and concentration while he was pitching. He did his part to help them get the W.
So 2 down, Shu Tanaka digs in now. He's well known as the rare two-way player and taking a break from the mound to get some at-bats in this one.
You know, it's fun for the game seeing a guy like this, especially great since this gives fans a chance to see him in the lineup just about every day.
Out towards right center field. Beavers under it. And the inning is over. The Yankees. And now the right fielder, Dylan Beavers. Basalo on at first, nobody out. On the ground, out to short. They get one, throw to first, safe. Tanaka steps in, RBI opportunity here.
Yeah, Boog, important to try and close the gap. One at bat can tilt the scale.
That's ripped into the outfield. That's a base hit. Rounds third, headed for the plate. He'll score easily. It's 6-2.
Comes through with the RBI. Anytime you rip a line drive the other way, you feel really good about what you did at the plate. You trusted your hands, you let the ball travel, and you took the barrel straight to it. That's great work right there.
Here's the pitch. Runner goes. Puts a bunt down. To first, and he beats it. Everyone's safe.
This couldn't have played out any better on offense. They were trying to trade it out to move the runner into scoring position, but instead, they just couldn't make the play on defense. You really need to get it out there.
Base hit right field. Tanaka around third. He'll score. It's 6-3.
He went up there and got it. With 2 strikes, I'm not going to leave this in the umpire's hands. I'm going to be aggressive. He was in a location where he could get those arms extended that he loves to do. So nice job right there, coming back in that at-bat.
Line drive, base hit. Lead runner touches second, headed for third. And that'll put runners at the corners with 2 away.
Up next for the Yankees.
So up next for New York, Jose Caballero. Now he steps off. Oh, caught up in a rundown now. There's the tag. They get him. And that's the inning. Man at first with 1 gone. Tanaka will hit next. He's one of the faster guys just by pure sprint speed in the majors. On the ground left side, 6, 4, 3. It's a double play. And that'll do it for the inning. Tanaka with a nice showing despite the loss.
If he's going to be a driver for their offense and change losses like this one to wins, he needs better days than this. Some good signs in this one, though.
Now looking for the Yankees. Number 11, Tanaka.
Looks like we've got a substitution at first. And on to run for the Red Sox, Sung-Chae Cheng. Gleyber Torres up to the plate. 0 for 3 in this one. That one in triple digits.
Got no problem with that take. First pitch from a reliever you haven't seen for a while. Want to make sure that you can pick up the release point.
Swung on, belted. Carrying well. Gone.
That was one of those home runs where you really don't know if you got enough of it off the bat. I mean, he put a good swing on it clearly, but I wouldn't say he really got the sweet spot on the bat. The exit velo wasn't anything too impressive, but it had all it needed for him to circle the pillows.
2 down, nobody on. And a foul ball. Line drive, base hit. And that keeps the inning going. Romy Gonzalez up next for the Red Sox. Tanaka needing a big out here, Singy, after giving up a couple of hits in a row.
Yeah, and he's still just 1 pitch away from ending this rally. Can't let it spiral out of control.
Runner takes off. Strike in there. Throw, save. That's a stolen base.
Well, it really doesn't matter what the situation is. When a guy like this gets on first, you know he's going to steal second at some point.
Swings and misses. It's a strikeout. Inning over, and it could have been. We go to the 9th. So stepping in for Boston, Joey Ortiz. Right through there for a strike.
Just amazing to me how many closers and back-end relievers just throw absolute gas these days. I never would have had a chance.
Swings through that one for strike 2.
So now it's all about protect mode. Try to shorten up, try to track the ball, block it if you have to as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way somehow climb back into this at bat through the count.
Swing and a miss. Struck him out. And a strikeout for the first out here in the ninth.
Got a pitch to hit right there with 2 strikes, but just couldn't get a piece. Tell you what, that screwball is so unique and it's so rarely seen. I think it can be tough for any hitter just to get a piece of it no matter where it's placed. As a hitter, you're just not used to seeing a pitch moving that way and getting on the same plane as it comes in the hitting zone.
All tied up here at the top of the ninth. Swing and a high fly ball out there towards left field. Bellinger makes the grab. And next for the Red Sox, Carlos Narvaez, 1 for 3.
And an 0-0 count. Not every strike is a good strike for a hitter. I like the plate discipline there.
And a swing and a miss.
This guy's pounding the zone. Hitters don't have time to think in between pitches.
Here's a high chopper. Caballero. And that's the 3rd out. Red Sox go down quietly. Back at Yankee Stadium. On to extra innings. Here's Bryce Harper.
Wow, just a beautiful backdoor slider right there. If you've got any chance of hitting that pitch, you'd have to wait until the absolutely last millisecond. Just a tough pitch to hit and not an easy one to throw either.
Man at second. Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball.
Well, if he's going to do something special right here, it's going to have to happen with 2 strikes.
The 0-2. Cuts and misses. It's a strikeout.
Well, Blue, I'll tell you, when he goes to look at the video of that pitch, he's going to want to punch himself. That slider had hit me written all over it, and clearly he just got a little too excited and was out in front. Tell you what, when you get a pitch like that, you cannot miss it. Those have a chance to go a long way.
That one at triple digits. 1 out. The go-ahead run is at second here in extra innings. And a big swing and a miss.
That front door slider is such a devastating pitch. You don't want to get beat by the inside fastball, so you cheat a little bit, and then by the time it gets there, it's out of the swing plane.
That misses the... Ball 2.
That was absolute gas. Triple digits on the gun. It's just a different experience as a hitter watching that go by.
Battling here as he fouls it away. Stays alive. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. And that's 4 strikeouts.
Nice work there to get the strikeout, and that's a big second out. And I'll tell you, this home crowd will be fired up. They can get out of this and leave that go-ahead run stranded in scoring position. This is a big moment in this game.
Manager out of the dugout, and he's going to make a change. Tanaka will depart, and it's a tie ball game as he heads for the dugout. Back with a new arm after a quick break. Phil Maton takes over on the mound.
Well, good luck against this guy. He's been extremely tough to hit this year. His
4-3 our final score. A 1-run extra inning win for Chris Singleton and our entire crew. I'm John Shambi saying so long.
Number 11, Tanaka.
All set to start the ninth in this one. Joe stepping in for Boston, Joey Ortiz.
Check my hamstring after this shit, man. Tired, man.
Well, in this one, the offense has sputtered. Somebody's got to find a way to get on, keep the line moving, and manufacture at least one run. Then maybe you get 2 or 3.
Comes up empty. That's strike 2. Out towards right center field. Judge on the move. And there's one down.
Up next, the left fielder, number 2, Ryan Johnson.
On the ground, right side. He steps on the bag. Only 1 out left for the Red Sox.
That's a huge defensive play in the late stages of the game. It might not be the most challenging we've seen today, but it needed to be made. That's helping your team.
Torres now in the box. Comes up empty with a swing there. This to third. Wisely. Throw to first. Ball game. And the Yankees take the first 2 games of this series. Tanaka pitched a clean inning for the save.
Managers dream of having a reliever who pitched like he did in this one, Boog. Came out of the pen ready to go, and he really locked down this lineup to help secure that W.
Now before the game, number 11, Tanaka.
It's the Boston Red Sox taking on the New York Yankees. First pitch coming at you right after the break. Now the third baseman, Brendan Donovan, 1 for 3.
They just threw that fastball by and elevated, and if you're not looking up in that location, very difficult to catch up to, especially with that velocity.
Man on second, 2 down. Swing, and he popped it up. Caballero settles under this one, and that is that. 1 left for the Red Sox. They trail it here. Back now in the Bronx. We go to the 9th. Wilyer Abreu getting ready to hit. And immediately pumps in a strike to the left-handed hitter.
Well, so many hard-throwing relievers in the game these days, you would think that hitters have made the adjustment, but I don't know if you ever get used to it. Just pumping gas out of the bullpen. So hard to play catch-up.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Came out. And a strikeout for the first out here in the ninth.
Good late cut for the strikeout there. That thing really got in on him. And, you know, the cutter isn't really a huge swing and miss pitch most of the time because it's not really meant to move a whole lot. You're just trying to miss the big part of the barrel and maybe get some weak contact. But that one right there did a whole lot more than that. That was a really good pitch.
Comes up empty. That's strike two. Good job to fight that one off. Goes down looking for the strikeout. And they're down to their last out.
Well, that's not the best two-strike fastball I've seen, but certainly got away with the location there. You know, sometimes as a hitter, when you're down in the count, you're so focused on a pitcher painting the black, and you just get a little bit locked up on something down the heart of the plate, not expecting it, and it just kind of freezes you.
The Yankees trying to close out a 3-run lead here at the top of the
fuck that is.
This one popped up. Caballero drifts towards it. But it's the pitcher that makes the play. And that'll do it. Tanaka registered a bunch of outs and didn't allow any runs.
Well, he showed some lockdown stuff out of the pen, Boog. His teammates see him pitching like that, and it gives him a ton of confidence in him. Nice job to help deliver the win.
So 2 down, Shu Tanaka stepping in now for the Yankees. Drilled out towards left center field. That's well struck. That's got a chance. And that one is off the wall. Rounds third, headed for the plate. He'll score, and it's 1-0.
Mission accomplished there as he picks up the RBI to give him the lead. Just missed out on a home run right there, but he certainly hit it hard enough. Just didn't have the right launch angle to carry it over the wall, but still an excellent swing of the bat.
So runner at second, 2 down. Jose Caballero will hit next. Man at second. In the dirt. And he's going to reset as he steps off the rubber. Fires to second. Almost got him. But he scrambles back safely. And a payoff pitch. That's the third.
Down.
They limit the damage here. Top half of the third inning. So stepping in for Boston, Wilyer Abreu. Out to short, Tanaka. Sends it to first, and one away in the top of the third. Tanaka locks in. You can feel it. Big moment here.
Yeah, everyone in the yard just sat up in their seats. So did I, Boog.
Ground ball left side. Donovan tossed to second. What a double play that was. Inning over. We go to the top of the fifth. So stepping in for Boston, Joey Ortiz. 0-2 now. Up the middle, Tanaka. Handles, throws to first. They get him, but close. And here's a look at how he's using his pitches in this one. Bases loaded, 2 down. The 1-0.
Pressure's on right here. 2-0 count, bases loaded. You don't want to fall to a 3-ball count and then walk in a run. He's got to challenge the hitter right here.
All loaded up, dangerous hitter at the plate. Can't reach it, should score at least 2. One runs in. A second scores as well. Here comes Wells around third. The relay. There's the tag. They get him. And that's the inning. They put 2 on the board with a couple of hits, no errors, and 1 left. 5 innings complete. Yankees 3 and the Red Sox nothing. It's an AL East matchup here on back at Yankee Stadium. So stepping in for Boston, Cedar Rafaela. The Red Sox in striking distance, but have some work to do.
Boog, it starts with the leadoff man. I need a good at bat out of him right here.
And here's a 3-2. On the ground, Tanaka. On to first. There to beat him by an eyelash.
Up next for the Red Sox, the first baseman, number 3.
Tanaka walks in. If this offense were a lawnmower, he's yanking the cord and hoping for a roar.
And if that doesn't work, Boog, you better believe he's giving it a second pull.
This one drilled right center field. That one heading for the fence and his second of the year, and they add on. It's 4-0.
That's a swing that'll boost the win probability for sure.
Good way to end the stream.
That's an impressive swing of the bat to go over the wall to the opposite field gap. And there are a lot of guys that just don't have the pop to do that, and probably just as many who don't have the approach either. He let that ball travel, and he got great extension on the follow-through to drive it out of here.
All set to start the 9th in this one. Now here's the Red Sox DH, Romy Gonzalez. On the ground, out to short, Tanaka. On the run, sends it over to first, and very nicely done for the out.
Really nice job to get your first out of the ball game.
For the Red Sox, the center fielder, number 5, Cedar.
Tanaka really excelled in this one and contributed to the win. Put together 3 hits, one of them a home run.
Well, they may want to change how they approach him next time because he was just incredible in this one. He looked like a threat every time he came up.